All right. It's Monday. We're here. We're painting today. We are going to be continuing on with our dragonfly frontier. This was from a coloring book that I picked up when we were on vacation. And I transferred it onto our canvas here. And we are going to be picking up where we left off. So the design was originally just the dragonfly in the middle of the page, right? It was originally just this guy. We've come back in and filled in all of the tremendous amount of white space with some rounded off triangle shapes or watermelon wedges, whatever you want to consider them to be. And we've got some circular bits in there too, here and there. I originally started doing them in sharp, like tile triangles, but then I realized there weren't really all that many sharp angles in the piece itself. They were kind of more rounded. So I was like, those sharp, jutty angles might not be what I want after all. So we have 3 different colors of quote-unquote background tiles that we are painting in. I believe the coloring book was from Millie Marotta. Excuse me, I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right. She's got a whole bunch of different ones. I will caution you, if you have trouble reading or seeing small things, might not be the book for you unless you're able to enlarge it and work on a different piece of paper, because it's very tiny. I was kind of shocked at how small it actually was. I was a little hesitant to get it, but there were 2 pages in there that I really, really wanted, so I was like, alright, we'll just get the whole thing. But it is slightly struggle bus for me at times. Like, it's not impossible, but the spaces to color in are super tiny as well, so now this is almost the size it was in the book. It was slightly smaller. We enlarged it just a little. By we, the husband helped me get it rescaled as best as we could. Would have been a little bit easier if I had been working a little bit bigger, but that was not the case. Like when I did his crab, the crab was a little bit easier. I will say that. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where I want to go here. I'm gonna flip this guy upside down a little bit so I can figure out where I'm gonna put my hand now. Crab was a little bit easier for me because that had been a smaller piece, so when we enlarged it, the painty in sections were a bit bigger, so I had a little bit more room to work with. Now, unlike the crab, I didn't really add a mosaic background to that one because he kind of had some backgroundy bits and he was kind of busy. There should be a picture of that on the Ko-fi, the Instagram, possibly on the YouTube community tab. I'm trying to get a little bit better about posting there since I'm not on the tweeters anymore. I did deactivate that account, so if you were following there, you're going to want to switch to the Blue Sky. Because that is where we are now. We'll say the hardest part is figuring out how many of the same color you kind of want nestled in there together. So this guy is going to get his background shapes finished being painted in. And I'm not going to sweat if I get a little too carried away here with my shapes, because I can clean that up when we come in to do our grout background color. And I'm going to do that in black just so that the other colors can pop a little bit more. And it'll kind of give it like a fuzzy poster feel, almost. Not quite. But then after we get the very background done, after that's dry, we're going to come back in with either a gel pen or paint and outline everything in white. I just haven't decided if I'm doing gel pen or paint yet. I'm gonna have to make that decision soon, obviously. But at this very moment, I'm gonna try not to worry about that. It'll most likely be the gel pen if I can get it to cooperate with us. It'll just be easier for me than having to water down paint and all and have it the same consistency. So we are using acrylic craft paint to kind of get the job done here. And I switched the brands of paint that I was using. Mostly because the brand I was using, they don't make anymore. I think Hobby Lobby bought the company from what I was seeing, and they're now making paint under the Hobby Lobby brand name or umbrella brand name or whatever. And I wasn't sure if it was the same exact consistency, but I was also getting kind of tired of that paint because it was very thin. And it did require quite a number of coats to get it to where I was happy with it. So it was definitely time to switch it up. So now we are using Americana from Deco Art. Just kind of getting any paint that was building up in my brush cleaned out. Since I'm using a pre-mixed color, I'm not too worried about, you know, wasting a mixed paint color. Because, you know, sometimes you just gotta get that buildup out of the brush, right? You don't want that drying in there. That's just gonna create all kinds of problems for you later on. So if I don't have my sides as straight as I want them to be on this, that's fine. Like I said, we're coming back in and filling in the background with black, so we'll be able to clean up any oopsies while trying not to create any more dire oopsies. That's going to be the tricky part. So that's probably going to take me a little bit longer with the black paint. If nothing else, because I'm trying to keep my hand as steady as possible. Because there's a little, well, there's a lot of little tiny crevices that we're going to need to get into and work around and everything, so we'll just have to take our time. And we're no stranger to that. Not at all. Probably one more of this color. And now I feel really bad because I put a bit more of this out than I needed. But we'll be okay, right? That's the way it goes sometimes. Alright. My poor bug. My poor mug, it's been through quite a lot in the past couple of months. It fell out of the cabinet. It got cracked in half. We had to glue it back together. I can't drink out of it anymore. Sad times. We did get food grade glue, but I'm just kind of nervous about doing so. Alright, we're gonna have to put small amounts of this color out. So we are moving on to our last background shade here. And this is going to be our aqua sky color. Now this color was part of the dragonfly itself. So I figured maybe we should have, I was originally thinking it might blend too hard if I use all of the colors for the background that were in the dragonfly. So we went with, oh, hold on. I messed that up. I thought this section had gotten the blue. It didn't. Oh. Dang it. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to do. That wasn't what I wanted to do at all. Alright. Oops-a-doodles. Not paying attention. I've only had like 2.5, 3 hours of sleep, so you'll have to excuse me. It was a long night last night. I was oh so tired and so ready to just fall asleep, and I was about to put my Kindle down and I started reading something, and then the husband had a rough anxiety night, and I was kind of trying to stay up to keep an eye on him and make sure he was okay. And then I was reading, and I was like, the further I got into my reading, I'm like, I really need to put this down and go to bed. We have a stream today. But he was also still up, so I was like, I'll go a little bit further and make sure he's gonna be okay. Because I have a hard time settling when he's not settled, so just one of those things that can't really be helped. So I don't know if the microphone's going to pick it up or not, but he did fall asleep a little bit ago. So you might hear a snore in the background occasionally. I did ask him if he wanted me to cancel today, and he's like, no. Like, you're sure? And he's like, yeah. I was like, all right. So it's not like I'm being rude. I did ask. Alright. I got some more tissue paper twisted. I think I finally have enough of my darker purple twisted up so I can finish that shade this week. And then I started working on like my fuchsia color, like a fuchsia magenta color. It's like a pinky purple. I need to get a bit more of that color twisted. And then I need to start working on another shade of blue, like a slightly different shade of blue. I don't know if I'm going to get the blue shade twisted at all this week before I start working back on the tissue paper project. I just don't know if I'm going to have enough time because I'm also trying to edit more video at the same time as I'm twisting paper. I tried to get him to help me twist paper and he's like, no. He's like, you have fun with that. I was like, damn it. But it goes so much faster when I already have paper twisted. So that's why I've been trying to twist paper one-handedly. Doesn't twist as well one-handedly, but I can still get something done with it. I think it's still passable. Passable enough where I can just tighten it a little bit when I go to pop it into the glue. I've only completed one color so far. I wasn't sure if I was actually going to use all of the shades of blue that came in the pack. I was really only looking at maybe 2 shades of it, but I might use 3 shades of it. We'll see. I don't want to do this. It's gonna be tough. Alright, I think we'll maybe go like this. Might be the easier way here. Okay. So hope everybody's Monday's going all right. At least hope your Monday's off to a better start. And we are just kind of plodding along and working on our painting here. Now, when we were first putting this color in, some sections of it needed a little touch up, others not so much. So it kind of just depends. I guess on how careful I am. I have to be careful. I'm in a good sweater here. I don't normally paint in good clothes, but it's chilly in here today. Like in our room chilly. It's 39 outside, supposedly. I'm not sure how accurate or up to date that is. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. We might start that black background here today. Actually, we just might. I'm just trying to be a little bit extra careful and a bit extra thorough. Excuse me. Just so I don't have to come back in. And do a second pass. If we have to do a second pass, we do. But hopefully we won't need to. Like the dark color, the dark turquoise, we definitely needed a second pass on those. Some of them could have probably used a better second pass than they got. Because there's a couple that I either missed doing a second pass on, or it's just a little streaky. Like, I'm not sure. But if it's supposed to be like tile or like a stained glass kind of looking appearance, then you know, that's alright. It doesn't have to be like super pickified. But we're getting there. This color is going in pretty steadily. Though it does help when you don't have as many shapes remaining to fill in. For sure. Okay. Tomorrow we'll be back to working on our magnet series. Don't know that we'll be finishing it tomorrow. The other two we finished in 2 sessions. Don't know if this one's going to be finished in 2. This one might take like 2.5 to 3. We'll see. Because I don't think I even... No, I didn't even start to put my water in yet. I think I was still working on putting a base background color in. For that. Sorry, didn't realize I was off frame there. I was like, wait a minute, this seems kind of low. My bad. So I can't be as zoomed out as I would like to be because I have a monitor shelf on this desk. And I can only zoom out so far before it kind of cuts into the frame, and then you can't see anything below it. And the shelf is like right here. So it's not that terribly wide of a shelf. Like, my monitor stand doesn't even fit completely on it. Which, slightly annoying. For sure. So, I know this is busy with all of the white in the background. but it's busy right now. It feels chaotic. Once I start getting that black paint in, it's gonna calm it down a bit. And it'll start to look like a totally different painting. Okay. So, tell me, what do you all like to do? What's your jam? Do you just like to watch people do art? Is it something that you prefer to enjoy from afar? Do you dabble yourself? What's your thing? Because there's all kinds of things you can get into. There's mosaic tile. You can paint faux mosaic, like kind of like what we're doing. There's pottery, ceramics, flower arranging, wreath making, faux and real, both are options. Let's see, there's candy making, cake decorating, building doll houses. And that's a whole thing because you're kind of like a construction foreman putting it together, I guess. Kind of have to be a jack of all trades. And then you have to switch hats to interior designer if you are decorating it as well. Doing wallpaper and carpeting and tile and all that stuff. Don't forget to check out the scrapbooking section in your craft or hobby store if you do the dollhouse stuff. Because you never know, a wallpaper pattern could be found on a scrapbook sheet of paper, or it might make a lovely floor pattern. Just don't count it out if you're stumped for an idea. Or maybe you do jewelry. There's jewelry making with like beads, and there's like the glass beads and all, and earrings, and or you could make polymer clay jewelry. Or like the friendship bracelet stuff. There's painting unfinished wood, like birdhouses and signs, and wood burning, wood carving. And then there's stenciling. You can really do stenciling on just about anything. candle making. What else? Let's see. There's knitting, there's crocheting, there's sewing, there's quilting, there's embroidery, needlepoint, cross stitch, latch hook, tufting, needle felting, maybe doing puzzles is your jam. I used to like doing puzzles. I haven't done a puzzle in years. And I haven't had the space to do one where I can take my time and do it over a couple of days. And B, the cats would be in the middle of it the second I got up to walk away to go to the bathroom. And I can guarantee you there would be pieces missing. Because our cats are into everything that I don't want them to be into. Stuff that I want them to play with, they're like, meh, this ain't it. And I'm like, okay. Be that way. Come back. Sorry. Loud thumpies. Let's just move that. Let me just move that now before I shatter that. I don't know how well this glue is going to hold, but we'll see. We will see. Let's see. Where do I want to put my hand here? Guess we'll go hereabouts. All right. Oh, and there's paint by numbers, there's color by numbers, there's the fuzzy posters, there's coloring books, there's stained glass, all kinds of things you can get into. Though I will say make sure that there's resin. Like with the resin and the stained glass, do your research. Because you need proper ventilation and protection and all that for that stuff. Like that's going to be something that you can't just jump feet first into. Definitely do some investigative work on that first to make sure that you have an area where you can work on it. And I've heard that the resin fumes could possibly, and I don't know if this is true or not, could possibly be harmful to cats. So that'd probably be something that you'd need to be doing in like a garage or something that's got better ventilation and somewhere where they can't shed their own glitter into everything. Like, the resin intrigues me, but at the same time, we've got a bunch of animals. So between the dust that just seems to be everywhere no matter how much I clean because of this road that we live on, and the animal fur floating everywhere, it would have to be something that I did outside. But when it's warm enough to do stuff outside, I don't really have like a screened in porch or anything to keep the bugs out of it while it's setting. So I'd probably have to get like a screened in tent or something. And at that point, I just don't know if I want to go quite that deep into the weeds with it, so. And and then you've got your colored pencils and your alcohol markers and your watercolor paint, your gouache paint, your oil paint, your acrylic paint. It's bad enough I do try to do some Bob Ross style oil painting from time to time, and I had to DIY some drying boxes to keep the critters out of them. Number one, to keep them from getting knocked everywhere while they were still wet and couldn't be handled without getting smeared and all that. And then I also needed the drying box to keep the animal fur that likes to just waft through the air from landing on it and becoming part of it. So for that, we got some photo boxes from the craft store, and I heated up the end of a shitty screwdriver that we don't really use for much of anything, and used that to punch some holes in the sides of the boxes. And we slipped in a couple of wooden skewers, like the thicker ones that we had picked up from Dollar Tree during barbecue season. to kind of make a like a resting ledge, like a resting rack, or to support the rack, I should say. And then we took some like toaster oven grill racks that we also picked up from Dollar Tree. We had to cut one of those down a little bit so that we could overlap two of them. And we used some zip ties and got it so that we could lift up one side of it. It would kind of like hinge off of the one support skewer that we popped in there, so that I could have a 2-layer drying rack. So some of the holes that I punched through the sides were for the support skewers and for airflow. And they're just on the sides. I didn't put any on the tops. Oh, and there's sand art too. People can do some pretty cool things with sand art. Oh, and there's weaving, basket weaving, and like blanket weaving. Okay, we just have a few more in this color to go. Now we did kind of lose the dragonfly a little bit in all of the busyness, but don't worry, we'll get it back. Like I said, right now it's quite the chaos storm of color. But do not fret. All will be well. So we just have these couple here and then those couple there. And then we can start working on the real background solid color. Susie was pretty mad at us today because he didn't get to go to the borking place. I can't say the word out loud. Okay. Where did I leave off? There we go. Alrighty. It's a good thing we don't have too much left on this, because we are starting to run a little low for what I have on my container lid over here. Yeah, I've got other plates, but you know what? I started using this and I was like, this is fine. That one got a little... What the heck? Oh. It was a piece of fuzz. Well, that makes a little more sense now. I was like, why am I picking up a string out of my paint? I say I didn't think it had been drying all that well. All right, just a couple more left to go here. Then we can do a proper clean. I've just been kind of wiping the excess off on a dried paint section on my plate here. Okay, so we got all of our main colors here. So let me go ahead and rinse out our Brushaboo. I need to make sure I've got enough black in this one container here for us to do the backgrounds with. Now I'll have to pull out a different black. Okay. So I got that pretty much cleaned up. So let's see about our black color here. I feel like we've got a good amount here. So this is some leftover black from the Anita's brand. So we'll see how we do. So I don't want to put too much out in one go, because it has been drying pretty quickly on us. Where do we want to start? I don't know. That section's still kind of wet. This is not fine enough. Believe it or not, I am not getting the point I'm looking for there. Like the points on just had it. Like the points on this one doesn't look too bad. I don't know if it's pointed enough. What about you? No, you're kind of rounded. I know what I'm looking for. Question is, do I have it here? Or do I need to go to my brush box? I might need to go to my brush box, to be perfectly honest. So, let me see. Oh. Okay. Let's take a look in the brush archives, shall we? Like, we ought to have something. I'll be quite surprised. I've got like one really good liney brush, but it's also like a really good liney brush, so I don't necessarily want to use it for this. That's a not a very stiff brush. So I'm not really convinced that's gonna do it. Like, this guy's like absolutely tiny, but I don't think he's pointed enough. Maybe? Oh. That box is cracked. Well, that's not good. Okay. Shall we? Like, there's a chance this might work. But we're definitely going to have to take our time. And I need to get used to how much pressure I need to apply to get this brush to cooperate with us here. Now, in theory, I should probably try these other couple here. Just to make sure that they're not preferred. This guy's a little scruffles. Yeah, like he's trying to separate already. Let me see, this is like the super soft flopsy guy. Not sure how I feel about that guy. Do we need a little bit of water? Like, I don't want it like real watered down, because then that's just gonna create problems for me later. And this guy's got a hair hanging off of the side of him. So I'd prefer not to use him. Like, he's just being problematic already. No, this is too big. I already tell it's being too big. So I either am going to have to deal with this one and water the paint down, or deal with the other. And this guy's not so bad, but I'm just not sure about the thickness. On our points here. Sorry, I had a thought if this would be much easier. In Sharpie. And it might be. but I don't know necessarily how the gel pen is going to react to it. Because I haven't exactly tested it with this gel pen that I have. I'm just going to have to go super slow in through here. Still not sure which of these two brushes I'm liking a bit better. Kind of have an idea which brush I would prefer. But I'm not sure if I should use it for this. I probably should. I mean, I got it to use it, right? I'm probably just being silly. If I don't use it, what's the point in having it? Okay. So it's not actually one of these Dug-It brushes. I just stuck it in there. Now I don't know if the paint is too thick for this brush. We will see. This is where it's going to be a little bit, I don't want to say tedious. We're definitely going to have to go slow. Just so I don't get carried away. And have my hand wobble past the point of being able to fix something. But you can see even now how the black paint is starting to already calm things down. Which is good. That's definitely a good thing. And we're just gonna do our best. To carefully fill in our gaps. Was that you?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
A little stuffy.
I was making sure the cats weren't hissing at each other.
No.
I'm glad he woke up, because if he hadn't woken up soon, I was probably gonna have to wake him up. Now we still have a little bit. Where did that go? Dang it. Oh, we've christened the Kindle.
you do?
I tapped the edge of it with my paintbrush.
Yeah.
I think I got it wiped off. Alright, so we still have some of our pencil line trying to poke through. And while I was mildly concerned about that, it's not like a huge problem because we're going to be outlining the stuff in the pen, and between this and the pen it should take care of any oddities. Now, I'm not really a huge fan of this brush because depending on which way I move it, the bristles tend to try to fan out on me. So it's not a bad liner brush, but it's almost got too much snap to it. And that was one thing I couldn't tell when I got it because it was in plastic packaging, and then had the little bristle protector around the bristles itself, plus the plastic sleeve it was in. That made things a little bit impossible to tell how much snap this guy had going for him. Like, overall, he's not doing too bad. Though I do see some spots around where we first got started that I'm not fully happy with. Probably when I was playing with consistency and trying to pick a brush here. Like, the consistency got a little bit better. Of the paint on the canvas once I picked a brush. And we settled in with it. You can already see a transformation starting to take place. Now, I could have... I could have painted the whole canvas black and then transferred the design with a chalk pencil or white transfer paper. And while that might have saved a little bit of this, it still might have gotten smudged. And I probably still would have had to well, I don't know if I would have had to, but my brain would have been like, no, you're not leaving it like that. You are going to do a cleanup pass. So I might have still had to do this in the end to some degree. Now you could really paint the backgrounds whatever color feels better to you. If you wanted it to be more of a cream, or if you wanted it to be a tan or a gray. This background color is going to be more about personal preference more than anything. When you get down to it. I mean, it's got definitely a different vibe going to it in these sections. That have started to get our black paint here. And it's definitely a fun transformation. To kind of watch happen. Him jumping around a little bit. My brain's like, wait, weren't you over here? And I'm like, yeah. I kind of started following things in this direction. And just kind of wandered. As I tend to do. I'm still thinking that maybe a fine point black Sharpie might have been the easier way to go. But that is a lot of ground to cover with a Sharpie. And it's a lot of ground if something goes wrong when I go to seal it. Like, it might be okay. Sharpie is usually permanent. And they tend to be waterproof, I think. It would definitely have to be a spray sealer. Because I know my white pen is not brush sealer happy. I had tried to do a test with it and it bled and smeared, and I was like, oh no. So, like, that simple fact alone is a little scary, especially when you get to nearing the end of this. Right? And you're like just trying to be careful and just kind of chanting in your head, don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up. I know my hand's kind of in the way here. So we are just using very fine brush and just trying to get all of our white sections filled in at this point. Grouting our tile, if you will. But this isn't the final bit of it, because after we get the background all filled in here, then I'm going to come back with the white gel pen and we're going to start outlining and adding any squiggle art where it feels necessary, or where it just feels like it belongs, right? But you can really see where it feels like super busy over here, and yet in this section it definitely is calming down a bit. Feels a little bit better. Our yellow's popping a bit more now. Which is super, super helpful. I would kind of prefer this paint be a little bit more watery, but at the same time, I don't want it real watery, because then it's gonna thin down too far on me. I was just doing a just like a little maintenance rinse there. Didn't want any of the paint to kind of start drying in the old brushaboo. Because that's no fun. Can't use the brush if it's all glomped up with dried paint there, can we? So I'm doing my best to get around these shapes here, but I also have to remember it doesn't have to be 100% perfect, because we're going to have that pen come back in. And the pen's not super fine. Now, if the gel pen starts giving me too much trouble when we come back in with it, or if it just doesn't feel, if it feels too thick, then I have one of my dotting tools where I can probably thin down some white paint and see if that helps. I don't think it's gonna come to that, but you never know. So I do have a backup option there. So this was a coloring page for anybody new that joined. That we enlarged slightly and popped it onto the canvas from Millie Marotta. And I think it was from the book Tropical Escapes, I believe. Or Island Escapes. And she has in the back of the book all the different things that each page is supposed to be and the page number. So I guess kind of trying to detail where she pulled the animals in Plant Life from. So I'm going to be jumping around a little bit here and there. Especially if one area starts to get a little too wet. And my hand needs to find some drier real estate to hang out in. Try not to stray too far, though. Again, personal preference. You could paint this background color any color, really. If you wanted it to remain white, you could just come back in and touch it up with some white paint and then maybe outline everything in black. That's also an option. I'm just kind of partial to the black background for stuff like this. Just kind of feels like it gives the design its own kind of moment to shine when there's less going on in the background. But I couldn't leave the background entirely white either without anything going on back here, because it was just white everywhere around the dragonfly. We added in all of these extra bits here in the background. Still not 100% happy with this brush. I do need to change how I'm sitting though. Joints are getting mad. And this is just acrylic craft paint. Nothing special about it. I tend to like the flowier paint than the stiffer artist tubes, especially for stuff like this. Do I need to take him? Or is he begging for cornbread? Husband? Do I need to take him, or is he begging for cornbread?
I'm not sure what he's begging for, but he's gonna have to wait a minute.
Okay. Just gotta hang on, Zuzu. Not sure what he's up to. He's been kind of mad at us all day. We have displeased His Dog Highness. Because we didn't stick with our morning routine this morning, because it was a bit of a rough night last night. Are you thumping on the floor again? In such dramatic doggy fashion. You thumped at Daddy.
You gotta give me a minute, buddy. I can't walk away from this.
What are you playing? What are you playing?
The Diablo-like.
Ah. Hang tight, doggo. So he's been in a bit of a grumpy mood. Pouty mood, if you will. He didn't get to go on his morning outing. He wasn't too vocal about it, but he's definitely had the attitude in body language. At least he hasn't been too terribly borky. Hang on, bud.
I know. Gotta give me a
He has like the worst timing ever.
minute. Okay. Your patience or lack thereof.
Okay. Guess it is technically patrol o'clock. This is about the time that he wants to patrol.
You might have to step away anyhow.
Oh?
Because the princess is also wiggling her tail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we're gonna take a doggy potty break. So, forgive me just a moment. We will try to hurry back. Hang on. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. The Snufflesaurus. The Snuffleupagus of it all. needed to go potty, as well as the Zuzu. So we are back. I didn't take her on a grand adventure with the husband and the Zuzu, though, because I was trying to get back. And if I let them, they'll have me out back all day. And I didn't want to keep you all waiting, but she did her potty. She smelled the grass. She smelled the one cat that visits us outside. All in all, a successful mission. Now she's waiting for her post-potty snack. Which is gonna have to wait until friend Zuzu gets here. Because I don't want to be double dipping in the snacks, and I don't want her to have her snacky and then have to watch him have snackies and not get any, you know. You know how it is with the dog toddlers. And the tantrums and disappointed looks when one gets something and the other one doesn't. Even though they got theirs like 5 seconds earlier. This one's like, but he got one. I need one. I'm like, you just had one. No. And she'll try to steal his. Not aggressively, but just not understanding that that was not hers. So it's just easier for everyone involved to just do it all at once. I will say it is a lot easier to do this when the designs are bigger. Or maybe I just don't have quite the right brush. You know? Just, I've not found that magic sweet spot line brush that behaves well enough.
I take it she was a little more willing to run.
She peed and she kind of wanted to go find you guys, but I really didn't have time for her adventures at the moment. She did not get her snacky yet.
I know, it's snacky time.
We don't have a fenced-in yard, so I can't just turn them loose. And honestly, with these two, I wouldn't trust them not to get into trouble outside and dig their way under a fence. And we've got large hawks and turkey buzzards and stuff in the area. I wouldn't want them outside unattended. Anyhow. And the two cats that visit us, one likes to love on the dogs. And the dogs are like, "What are you doing? The cats inside don't act like this. What are you doing? Why are you getting close to me? Why are you touching me?" And they get a little freaked out. But the one female cat that visits us, she loves the dogs. She's trying to mark them and rub all up on them. And they look so offended when she tries to do it. They're like, "Excuse me." Probably because when the cats inside get near them, they're swinging. And it's usually not as good of a time. They're more used to the asshole side of cats than the loving, mothery, "Oh, I want to be your friend." We're still not quite sure where this cat came from. She kind of showed up one day with one of the other cats that was visiting us. And she would pal around with that one, but then that one got hit by a car. And she just kind of stayed here. She's not at our house all day. She tends to drift over to the neighbors after a while, and we know it's not their cat. But she used to cross this busy street all the time with the one that got hit. And we don't see her do that much anymore. So that's a relief. And if we used to take the dogs across the street at night for their last potty and let them pee on the tree and whatever. But we can't do that now with this one cat around because she follows the dogs. Every time they come out, she could not be in sight anywhere and will duck out with the dogs, and 30 seconds later, poof, there she is. And I'm like, "Hi." And she will cross the street to follow the dogs. I'm like, "Ma'am, what are you doing? I really don't want you crossing the street." So we kind of had to 86 that, and so now we just take them in the morning to an off-premises location where they can do a bit of a wander. But see how that's filling in there fairly nicely. And we are looking pretty good. I mean, technically I can use a bigger brush for this outside edge work. Doggo, what are you up to? One of them is like being fidgety. But I can't see who it is. I can only hear the feet. Tappa-tapping on the floor. He at least went potty after all that, right? He's got his headphones on. He can't hear me. I'm gonna imagine that he did. So like I was saying, this is gonna be a bit of a slow process. But I think it's definitely worth it. But I did put too much of this paint out for one go here. Some of it is starting to dry on the edges of my puddle here. I was a little afraid that was gonna happen, but yeah, it happens, so I'm not sure if it would have happened if I was using a Stay Wet palette. But then again, this isn't really the type of paint that one typically uses with a Stay Wet palette, and I'm not sure if I could use it on one of those. But so far, today we finished our periwinkle color. We had just had a little bit left of that to fill in. And then we filled in our lighter aqua color in the background. Like, part of me really wanted to add a little bit of water to this. But there's a fine balance with that. Because if I added just a little too much, then it would look a little gray. And be a little too thin. But at times it also feels slightly too thick here. Like I was trying to add a little bit of water in off of our brush when we were first getting started trying to pick a brush and all that. But it was starting to get a little bit streaky. And this is not something that I am too keen on doing a second pass on. So I'm probably just gonna have to cope with it being a little bit thicker. Than I was necessarily wanting to work with in this section, just to try to save me from the painstaking task of doing a second coat with this color. You wouldn't think that black would be a shade. That you would need to come back and do a second coat on. But I have experienced with this particular brand of black paint where yeah, that can be a thing. That feels like it needs to happen. So we're just gonna be careful. Hope my hand doesn't decide to wobble too much as it can tend to do. And we're just gonna slowly fill in our all over background with this. As best as we can. Now for the edges, I'm gonna grab a different brush here. In just a moment. So I can potentially fill in this section over here a little bit easier. Hopefully a little bit smoother. We'll see if it decides to cooperate. With the brush that I end up grabbing here. Alright, I'm gonna rinse this. And I'm gonna set that guy to the side. Just for a minute. Alright, so this is one of the brushes I was trying to use earlier. Like, it was sort of working, but I got nervous trying to paint around the smaller bits with it. So I was kind of like, oh no. Let's use a different brush there. So, and technically I could use a completely different brush on this very, very edge, which I might. So it doesn't have to be quite that delicate on the edgy edge, side edge, if you will. We can slather that a little bit. Heck, that section you could use a sponge brush if you really wanted to. Figured I would just try to use what I can of this puddle of paint while it's wet. So might as well get this edge done. Right? Good as time as any. Alright, that section I'm going to leave for the other brush. Now, for my edge, I'm going to grab this guy. I know he doesn't look much bigger, but he is a bit bigger. Not like terribly so. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize I was kind of off frame there when I picked it up. Now, the very edge, that's up to you. You know, some people want the edge finished because for them it feels like their painting's more complete. Other people don't care so much. They're like, meh. I mean, if you're going to be framing it, you're not going to see the edge. That's really up to you. That was a very loud car. Everybody likes their loud cars around here. You alright?
Mm-hmm.
You got up suddenly.
I need to put more water in the freezer.
Okay.
Put away the dog food.
So, gonna get this section in here. Like, I like this brush a fair bit. But I just wasn't so sure that it was quite pointed enough to get in between all of our bits here successfully. Now, I don't normally frame stuff, and when I sell it or give it away, it's usually unframed. So I do tend to try to do a finished edge when I can. But like I said, that's going to be more personal preference than anything else. I really wish I could get away with using this brush. I'm just not sure I can. And that is tape around the ferrule. It was digging into my hand, because I tend to death grip my brushes. And I don't hold them quite properly. So they tend to dig into my finger. I kind of like the squishy grip ones, but for this I just didn't have the right size squishy grip, unfortunately. Which was kind of sad. For my finger, at least. But it'll be okay. Sometimes I will put a band-aid on that finger if I'm going to be doing a lot of painting, where I'm going to have to use tiny brushes. That don't have the best grips on them. Just to kind of make it a little more cushioned. I'm not quite sure why I tend to death grip my paintbrushes. Probably because if I'm not like fully paying attention, reminding myself constantly not to let go, my hand will let go of the brush. And depending on what I'm in the middle of working on, that can be a very big oh no. And sometimes it's fixable with a lot of heartache, and other times it's like, oh no. we have to change something because my hand just wasn't having it anymore for the day. So now I'm gonna see if I outline a lot of our background shapes. If I'm able to grab my red-handled brush there and get the gaps in between them. A little bit easier. Might work. Might not. We'll have to see how small some of these gaps are. Like if it's real small, I'll just have to paint it with this brush. Like that gap's pretty tight there. Lost my spot for a second. I will say I can feel this paint drying. You can just feel it like being thicker as you're working with it. Not a huge problem. Not really a problem at all. Just more of an observation. Like the puddle's still pretty wet for the most part. It's like this section right here. That was a little closer than I wanted to try to fill in with the other brush. Like my hand's been doing okay-ish. Today it hasn't been too shaky. So far, so good. I have no idea how long painting the background is going to take me. I just don't. When we get there, I guess. Obviously, it won't be done today. Right? Because we've still got quite a ways to go. We're not even really done a quarter of it yet. So I can't even really say that it would be done next week. And even when the background itself is done, we still have to come back in and work on our outline of things. And just kind of figure out how we want to approach that. Sort of thing. And how much detail and squiggles and all that we want to add. Like, I didn't add a whole lot of line work to the crab when I did that one. There's some, but I was afraid it would be a little busy if I added too much. So I kind of kept that to a minimum. Now there's a couple spots in here that I definitely want to add just a little extra something. Like the flower, I want to put the segments in between the petals, kind of thing. On both of these wings here. But beyond that, we're just gonna kind of play it by ear. And basically see what speaks to us. As we go along. So just kind of working on getting our outline in on our background tiles, I guess. We'll call them. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to get that other brush in here. but we can try. Like, this feels like that spot's gonna be a little tight. Well, it might have been okay. We painted, excuse me. We painted some of these smaller bits with that other brush, so like it might have been all right to try to get the background painted in with that brush, but at the same time I got a little nervous using that one for this level of outlining and filling in. But it might not be so bad. But it definitely is coming into a whole new life of its own. The more black that we're getting popped into here. And if you missed any other parts of this and you want to see more of it, it is archived on the YouTube channel. Should be on the Nisey Paints playlist. Now, last week's live stream hasn't gone live on the YouTube channel yet. Should be going up in a couple of days. Did manage to get a little bit more Bear and Breakfast recorded. I got 2 episodes recorded. I need to try to get some more of that done. That won't be happening today. I was originally going to try, but I don't think I'm going to have the brain ability to do that. Plus, I still need to look something up. I need to look up where the other artifacts come into play. She mentions something very briefly in passing. about getting more artifacts around the valley. But that's kind of all she says. So I am real confused. I don't know if I get a quest for it. No, I'm just not there yet. Or if this is something that I'm just supposed to figure out. I really don't know. But I'm genuinely confused about the whole artifacts for the museum in that game bit. Like, we have to take it to the Swamp Witch, but aside from that, I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do. Do I just bring her things? Like, is it specific things? Do I have to get Ipswich involved further? Like, I don't know. If Barbara turns out to be the bird god after all of this, I'll be kind of mad. Like, really? Although I don't know what the bird god would want with 50,000 coins. Because that's kind of where we're at now. And that's going to take a little bit of doing. It's a tight spot in here. I am trying desperately not to let my hand get too wiggly in there. Because it certainly feels like it wants to be. Alright. Like right there, I got a little carried away right there. Definitely need to be a little bit more careful. Although I don't know how much more careful I can realistically be there. I'm not sure if this is one of the worst parts with how tight it is, but it's not easy. Okay. We're not looking too bad there. All right. This guy. Carefully kind of fill in there. Probably need to do a maintenance rinse on the old brush here. As best as I can. Do want to try to finish filling in this section before I swap brushes here. Just so I can get some more mileage on the other brush. Before I go swapping them out. That way I can get a little bit further down the side here, if nothing else. Although technically I could have probably just painted the whole of this side. I'm gonna kind of just take that down in that direction. Just kind of wrap that around in there. One more little circle guy, and technically I could probably come back and get him when I move on to that side. But I just kind of wanted to hit that up now. Because why not? Alright. Got that rinsed up. And let me grab my other brush here. Try to find the section of this paint that's still wet. Okay, so this section probably should have did with the other brush. That is a little close right in there. Just so it wasn't quite as nerve-wracking in that spot. But it's okay. It's good. I think I've found the spot in my puddle of black paint here that's willing to cooperate at the moment. And that is always a good thing. Okay, let me keep tucking my leg up underneath of me, and the rest of me is like, no, we've had enough of that position. At least for right now. And yet, I keep insisting on doing it. So we definitely have to put out a smaller bit of paint for the next paint glop here. Mostly because this is getting kind of thick, and the thicker it gets, the more it doesn't want to be very cooperative, and it gets a little bit extra thick on the brush. And I feel like I'm fighting it when I shouldn't be. So I might actually get a fresh bit of paint here shortly. Let's see, what time is it? Oh yeah, we got time to get a bit more brush paint here. But tell you what, because I don't want to, really didn't want to waste this. We can come at the side here. Because that doesn't really need to be super precise. Just have to be careful up here as we start to get on the rolled over edge to the top of the canvas. That's a spot we need to be a little bit more mindful. Can't really just slap it on there. Down here though, down here I'm okay with that. Like, sure, why not? Oh, yeah, that's kind of, it's almost like it's to the point where it's drying and it kind of feels like jelly. So yeah, I think we're gonna, that's a little thicker than I want that to be for what we're doing. I'm gonna rinse this. All right. I have a bunch of these cups, so. Although maybe it's the paint, because that seemed kind of thick when I popped that out there. Now I could have put this on the other plate, or container lid rather. But this is a little bit easier when I am re-dipping so often. Or at least it feels a little bit easier, you know? I have to be a little bit careful about where I'm sitting the edge of my hand, since I went a little past my mark there on the side of the canvas. I just don't want to accidentally put my hands in the black paint on the edge and then not realize it, and then, you know, slam my hand down somewhere else. Because while that would potentially be fixable, it would not be a fun fix, that's for sure. That would definitely be a fix that would irritate me to no end. It's depending on the shade of the paint that would have to get retouched. I would probably have to get white paint, white that spot out, and then come back in with ever how many, who knows, coats to try to clean that up a bit. All right. Don't want to jinx it, but it feels kind of strange that we haven't had any of those stupid advertising bots in here yesterday or today. I mean, it's nice. I don't like having to stop when I'm in the middle of and do reports and stuff. Because that annoys me to no end. But It is nice that we haven't had any the past 2 days. Kind of makes me wonder why, what happened. I highly doubt that they all got banned. It would be nice if they did. But probably not likely that that's the case. So this brush and the other one that we've been using to work around the very edges are different textures. Like, they're both synthetic, but this one isn't as stiff and snappy. The other one almost feels like a plastic. Almost feels like the plastic bristles from like a broom, which I find odd. Probably why it's so snappy. Like, it reminds me of like the old, no, maybe not Crayola. Of like the cheap watercolor kids paints they could find in like the grocery store. You know, emergency. My kid told me they have a project done and due tomorrow and it's 9 o'clock at night. Need to get something to do it with. Section where the bristles feel just plasticky. So it feels like it's putting the paint down a bit differently. Like on the edge, it's, you know, whatever. It's really not that streaky on the edge, but up in here, I'm either seeing the graphite through or it just got a little thin in those sections. But that looks a lot better darkened down. So I am happy with that. Up to this point, at least. Alright, now I didn't finish all in that section. Figure we'll get back there. Eventually. Like, we gotta make our way around around the block here. So to speak. But the colors are definitely, they definitely take on a different feel when they've got the black shade behind, or not necessarily behind them, but next to them. So it is fun to kind of watch it transform as we go. And I don't know, it just feels like the colors pop a bit more. Like they feel a bit more subdued, but not at the same time. Just feels like it frames them out a bit better. And if we had touched up the background with white and then came in and outlined it in black pen, that would also give it another different feel. So you can kind of experiment with it and try different background shades, different pen shades for outlining. Or you don't have to outline it either. That is, again, more of a personal preference. And whatever kind of moves you. So like Bob said, it's your world. We might not be doing a full-on landscape, but it's your painting. It's your own little project. You get in there. Roll them sleeves up. And figure out how you want it to be. Right? Because only you is going to know. Or only you. No, wait. You're the only person, there we go, that's going to know what scratches that itch in your brain of yes. Yes, that. Now, I did say last week that I was going to try to stream the tissue paper project and realized when I was going to set up to do it, that particular computer that I'm recording with is on our Wi-Fi. It's not hardwired into a router, and the Wi-Fi can drop at times. And I just didn't want to deal with it. And I was like, oh, right. So I was like, well, I guess we'll just kind of stick with recording it for now. Uh-oh. Sorry, we had a cleanup aisle cat. Hairball time. So we kind of had to mute for that. Because, you know, ick. Alright. So this spot, definitely a bit tighter. So I'm going to use this brush. Kind of forgot about the other brush for a minute, to be perfectly honest. As I was just kind of chipping away at this. I was like filling in a larger section. I was like, hey, wait. That's not how we were doing it a minute ago. But at the same time, I also want to give myself a little bit of buffer room here around some of these other pieces. So we didn't start out on the black first thing, so it's not like it's taken us all this time to just get this far. We did start out finishing off with our periwinkle color. And then we did our lighter aqua color here in the background. And then we moved on to being very fussy about what kind of brush we were going to use. All right. This kind of put in around this guy. Alrighty. It's just, wow, the difference this black is making. Like, I've done these before where I've done the background in black, but this color selection is really handling it very well. I think we had just the right mix of brights and darks going on here. All right, we're getting the edge of our wing here kind of outlined. And filled out here. Sometimes it's a little hard to see while the paint is wet because it's got a slight glare to it. I feel like I'm looking through a smudge on my glasses. I think I'm going to need to give them a proper clean here when we get done. There is a cat under my desk. Hi, cow. We're painting, buddy. You can't come up. You know better. Yeah, meow, you know. Meow, exactly. What's up?
I was just wondering who you were yelling at.
I'm not really yelling. But I seem to have a buddy who I can hear purring, who is standing on my paint container. Being his usual sunny self. Looking for trouble. It just feels like it's going to be one of those afternoons where a certain someone is just into everything. What are you doing? Meow. I feel like you're poking at things you shouldn't be poking at. And all the wires under my desk. Yeah. And I feel like you're gonna be in all sorts of trouble very shortly. Are you? Or are you gonna be a good boy? Hmm? I will say, please don't nudge my arm. Okay, you're gonna sit there? That's fine. You can be a good boy and sit there. You can sit on the blankie. We have to go back through the training of you can't be up here again. Because Lady's desk is full of scary things that Mr. Cat should not be poking at. Because sometimes I'm eating. Sometimes we're painting. Acrylic paint's not a big deal to clean up, but oil paint getting on the cat would be very, very bad. You know what I mean? Sometimes the hot glue gun is out. The one rescue cat we had, even though she had access to food, would hunt me down and stare at me and would beg me for food off my plate. Didn't matter if it was something she could partake in or not. And the one day I was sitting here eating a salad and she's like, I don't believe that you don't have anything up there that I can't have. Or that I can have. So, I'm just gonna look for myself. And she like jumped up, almost landed in the middle of my food. I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, no, you're not eating lettuce. We're not. It's like, you've got enough problems. You don't need lettuce on top of it. Like, no, thank you. Okay. Alright, that's looking pretty good, pretty good. It's kind of amazing how quickly time just kind of vanishes. when you're really getting into whatever it is you're working on, and if it's a project you're not feeling so much but still need to get done, time just seems to chug along like molasses in Antarctica. All right. Get that in there. I'm hoping to get some more video editing done tonight, but I don't know if I'm gonna. I'm kind of torn. I really need to get that video edited because I haven't gotten very far on this new one. But I also need to get a bunch of paper twisted too. So that way I don't have to spend too much time that I have to actually glue the paper to the canvas this week, twisting it, you know? Okay. I think in here just need a little touch up. Okay, now I think I can get away with using the other brush in that spot. Hey, JR. Oh, thank you. How are you today? Hope everything is going well for you today. This is a bit of the slow part. As we work on carefully painting around all of this stuff now. But I do feel like this black is letting our color selection pop here. Mild man cold and recovering from a birthday weekend with your brothers. How about yourselves? We're all right. We're both still kind of, husband's not coughing as much, but we're both kind of bogged down still with either a head cold or allergies or something. Where we're stuffy, incredibly stuffy at times. It was pretty windy over the weekend though. But it seems to really bother me when I lay down. I'll be awake during the day and it's not too bad. It's just annoying. But with the temperature fluctuations here, like allergy wise, I felt pretty good while the snow was on the ground. Hardly coughed. I was feeling alright. And then the snow melted. And that reprieve was short-lived. There's something in this state, at the very least in this neck of the woods of our state, and we don't technically live completely in the woods, that my system just ain't having it. And I don't know what it is. And no amount of Benadryl seems to be doing anything about it. I might have to try the liquid Claritin, but it's so expensive, it pains me to even think about it. I'm just like, it's how much? Like, you've got to be kidding me. But I've never had it before, so I don't know what to expect from it. So I'm not sure if I want to spend that kind of money on it. I think I saw it advertised for like almost $20 a bottle, and I was like, oh my god. I was like, oh no, 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 no. That's highway robbery. We leave the state, and I feel immensely better, noticeably better. Husband feels a bit better. We come back, and I can tell when we're getting close to the state line when we go to Oklahoma. And we're on our way back, and I'm like, we're just about there. And he goes, what do you mean? I was like, I feel like shit. The whole time we were away in Florida, we felt pretty damn good. He didn't have any of his aches and pains and stuff that he normally has. My nose was a little dry while we were away, but it was manageable and nothing like this. And part of me wants to say, well, it's the hayfields, but there's hayfields that we drive past through parts of Oklahoma, and that doesn't bother me as much. So I don't know. It's bizarre. And mildly annoying. Aside from that, we're doing okay. We're waiting to receive our assessment for the property for taxes. Don't know when that's going to happen, but it doesn't have to get paid until October. I'm not sure if we requested it too early or not. And, you know, just normal pet shenanigans. Just the normal norms. Husband had a rough night anxiety-wise last night, so neither one of us got much sleep. I think he got maybe an hour to an hour of half to an hour and a half of sleep before his anxiety kicked off last night. I was still awake. I was about to go to sleep. And then I ended up reading something and trying to stay awake just to kind of keep an eye on him. And he tried to lay down again around 4:30 this morning? Maybe 4 o'clock? And I think he fell asleep No, it would have had to been around 4 because I think he fell asleep around 4:30, quarter to 5. Because I was laying there and I was like, well, I think he's asleep now. So I put my Kindle down and I was thinking in my head how much sleep I was going to get before my alarm went off. And I was like, shit, it's going to be a tough day. Because my alarm was going to go off at 7. And I was tempted to push it back, but I didn't. It went off once. And I woke up and turned it off. And I kind of drifted for a little bit, and it's on a 10-minute snooze. And then it went off again, and then I just turned it off entirely. Because he didn't really stir the second time it went off, and I was like, alright. And then I kind of fell back asleep for like another hour, and then he woke up and got up, and I was like, uh-oh. And he didn't come back for a long time, so then I was kind of awake because I was trying to figure out what he was doing. If he was up, or if he was coming back. But it turned out he was up, and he was making the dogs breakfast and all that stuff. So then I got up. So I think I had about maybe 2.5 to 3 hours of sleep. So I'm a little fuzzy. That's why we're being a little extra slow painting this today. And he ended up laying back down and taking another, I don't know, maybe an hour, hour and a half nap. He can't sleep too much because then our sleep schedule that we've been trying to hold on to so desperately since we got back from being away will just be completely shattered. Like, I used to work night shift for several years, probably close to 10 years. So I'm used to being up most of the night. So I go through fits where it's hard to sleep during the day and then it's hard to be awake during the day. So we'll see what today brings. And how sleeping goes tonight and what time sleeping happens tonight. Kind of depends on if he does anything with our friend Tyler. That's not good. That little has led to... Oh, geez. Yeah. Well, he had anxiety issues and then kind of had like... When he gets super anxious, he gets burps and gas trapped because like his whole system is clenching, so it takes a while to settle down. And then he went through a bit where trying to lay down kind of stirred everything back up again. It happens sometimes. Just the way things go. And can't be helped. There's nothing for it. And I didn't have to try to stay up, but I was trying to just keep an eye on him, make sure he didn't need anything. You okay?
Yeah, just slipped.
Slipped how?
I tried to shift my chair.
Mm. So, it happens. Won't be the first time, or it's not the first time, it won't be the last time. It's just more a matter of is our sleep schedule shot to hell. I mean, it's kind of funny because now that we're trying to be awake during the day, plus, we have to, husband tends to run my mom to the store and stuff and go get stuff done for her, and Walmart's not open 24 hours anymore, which sucks. Um, our friend, our friend's new job is grave shift. And they seem pretty lenient. Like, he'll talk to Russell most of the night on Discord on his phone, as long as he's watching the robotic systems that he's supposed to be watching. They don't seem to mind. Although I think he was off last night. I think he was off last night, actually. So he was kind of chatting with him a little bit. I don't know if the boys have plans tonight. Probably not. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so this is definitely working out better in the little cup. It's not as spread out as it was on the lid, so it's not drying out as fast. So that's good. And it's a lot easier because it's smaller and I don't have to hold on to the big thing. So we didn't spend all of today doing just this. Just this color, I should say. We finished up putting in this shade on the other side. And then we came back through and did our light aqua color all the way around before we even got started on our black color here. I'm not sure how far in we were before we started the black color. Maybe an hour? And then I was fussy trying to pick a paintbrush. So we haven't done too bad today, considering the level of carefulness I need to have around these shapes. But it is going a little bit faster with this larger brush here. Well, slightly larger brush. It's not superly large, but it's definitely covering a bit more ground than the other one was. All right. See if we can get most of this edge filled in here. Well, I guess I should finish up here first. But we didn't do too bad. for ground covered today. Especially not with me trying to be careful. Alright, so let me pop this guy up here. Move the other brushes out of the way so we can see what we're doing. So I'm not going to go like real super picky on the edges here. But I do want to get it at least covered in our black paint here. Just to kind of give it a little bit better of a finished look. Just in case whoever ends up with it doesn't want to frame it or doesn't have the money to frame it. At least then it's not like a huge weirdness there. Or it just like stops and it's abruptly white edges. So gotta figure out what dinner's gonna be. I took some chicken out. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. Probably some kind of chicken and rice. Probably. Maybe some green beans. Probably some corn. I don't know if I want to do garlic chicken or if I just want to do some teriyaki chicken. I don't know. I'm not sure what would be easier at this point. Whatever causes me not to burn myself on the stove. Huh. Could do that. Wonder. Oh no. Where are you going? Where are you going, paintbrush? I didn't say you could roll away. And now you got my hand in the paint, Mr. Paintbrush. That was rude. Mr. Paintbrush doesn't care. I could do spaghetti. I could do spaghetti with chicken. Question is, do I have bread for garlic bread? And is that more involved than making something else? I don't know. I just don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to hit quite so loudly. I was just trying to get it out of my hands without making a huge mess. Alright, so mostly just trying to use up our paint in the cup here. And it's not that much in here, but at the same time, can also get some decent mileage out of a little bit of paint. Depending on what you're painting, of course. But that's not terrible. I think we might be pretty good there for today. I'm gonna flip it around here so it's facing the right way. Alright, so it definitely looks like a whole different piece with the black section painted in so far. And like I said, we still need to finish doing the backgrounds on all of it, because, you know, we only got that small section done. Next week, I'm hoping we can at least get this side done. Hopefully. We'll see. When we get down to where it's just mostly this stuff, it'll probably go a little bit faster. Have to be real careful around all the tight little nooks in there. Just so my hand doesn't get a little too carried away and weeble one way and wobble the other. As long as I don't drop the paintbrush, right? So, like I said, once we get all of the background painted done, then I'm going to come back in with my gel pen and outline everybody. Or at least the dragonfly. I don't know if I'm going to outline the entire background yet. We'll kind of have to see how busy it starts feeling with the white ink getting reintroduced and how I decide to outline it. I might just do larger shapes, but I don't know. It depends. It depends. We'll see how things progress from here. But just look at the difference between the tip of our wing on this side and the tip of our wing on that side. It looks so much better with the black around it than it does on the white, for me at least. You know, if black's not your color and you wanted to go with, say, dark gray or like a tan or something, you do you. I just think the black makes it pop a bit better. I'd show you the crab if you haven't seen it, but it's across the room hanging out. I'll try to grab it next week and show it then. Well, no, I guess I can go grab it now. I'm just being lazy. Hang on. Oh, you're still down there, huh? You are being a good boy at the moment. So this is the crab. He was a lot easier to enlarge because he was a lot smaller. Um, so the outlining worked on him pretty well. And you can see where I did some like extra little wiggly bits and some little extra outlines and stuff in places. And yes, he does have two wiggle eyes. This took me a little while to do. It wasn't as bad as this. This one's been a lot more involved. But so I did not do this design. This was out of that same coloring book. So let me see here. I think that's dry in that section. So the crab, like this is how, oh, there is the crab. So that was the page that the crab was on. So we took, I scanned it and then we just enlarged it to fit. This is an 8x10 canvas. And then I transferred it over. And the dragonfly, I feel like the dragonfly is in the back here somewhere. If I can, and now I have a round canvas that I either want to do the lizard on, although the round canvas is about the size of that, so I don't know if that's gonna quite work. I might have to do my own design and sit down and find some time and get into Creta and do some line work or something. Where's the damn dragonfly? Oh, there it is. So that was the original size of the dragonfly. So I didn't enlarge it too much, but we did enlarge it a little bit. And there's a little froggy guy over there. But I like her books. They're very tiny. Like the line work is very tiny. And it's a little hard to see. So this one was Millie Marotta's. Oh, Marotta. I was saying it wrong earlier. I thought I was saying it wrong earlier. So that's Island Escapes. And they can be found on Amazon. As I'm knocking everything over. I have no idea what that was that just fell. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. So, tomorrow we'll be back. And we'll be working on our needle felted magnet. We're going to be working on our third one. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow. It kind of depends on how the day takes us. We might not. But we'll see what happens. But this guy took forever because the reds were all very, very transparent. So I had to do about 4 coats of the different shades of red on this one, and that was the other brand of paint that I had been using. This brand of paint has been going on a lot better. But yeah, this was 8x10, this is 11x14. So I'll see everybody tomorrow for needle felted magnets. Wednesday we'll be in Planet Zoo. Plotting out our bee animals. Yeah, so thank you guys for joining me this afternoon and checking in. I hope the rest of your day, evening goes well. Take care. And don't forget to follow the socially links to the Ko-fi, the Instagram, the blue sky and the YouTube channel. And until next time, everybody, have a good one.